No. I didn't really look.
What did you say?
I'm assuming you have 0.6 installed. It's my assumption. 0.8, 0.6. Do I have 0.8? I do not, but I do have 0.6, so we're doing 0.6.
Uh,
Oh. All good. It'll automatically do it for you.
yeah.
Shaders, yes or no?
I don't know. I don't know how this works.
2D lighting, yes or no?
What? What?
No. Okay.
You have to remember, I am hella stupid.
um, same.
Like, I am super dumb.
Same. Oh. Okay, now I gotta wait for Unity to open up.
You fool.
Me fool.
It's gonna take forever.
Ooh. That is so weird. That is so cool.
What is cool? Oh, you're looking at games.
Yeah.
That's it for day one. Makes fucking Maze Runner.
Yeah,
What?
but look at that. This is so cool.
Oh, that's cool.
Just make a fucking bird game. But this weirds me out.
Wait, what is? I'm confused.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Godot. Godot. Wait, that's like our idea.
This is the whole game.
This is our game.
Oh, look, it's also using a sprite.
Oh, that's cute. Oh, I think he's using Godot as well. Oh, that's cute. I'd be surprised if this wasn't synced up.
Hmm.
I
I'm
mean,
pretty
in
slow,
theory,
aren't I?
it could use the same character. So, ooh, hey, it's your restaurant game.
Do you like the running?
Oh, that's so slow. Okay, running. Yeah, I like it.
Cool. That's nice to hear.
I love this picture.
I wonder what they're doing.
I hope a dating game. I'd play it.
Have you ever played a dating sim?
No,
Damn.
I've never played a dating sim.
That would be your first one.
Yep.
A drinking game.
Hey, we got a game about tax evasion, okay?
Every 10 seconds, take a shot.
Every 10 seconds, you do tax evasion.
My god. This is legal on Twitch.
Yeah, it's a game. We're not actually doing it. I wonder if we can release on Nintendo Switch.
Bruh.
Every 10 seconds, you die. To be fair, every 10 seconds, you reset, and you have to get further and further. Fair
I
enough.
like this. I like this idol. It's cute. It's just vibing, dude.
Wait, that's the exact same GIF from before. Update 2. He used the exact same GIF. This guy's
Dumbass.
trying to
It's
absolutely.
reposting.
Yeah, he's reposting. Okay, now comes the fun part. Fucking leak my GitHub desktop.
Good job.
Let me just push this real quick. Nah, because I have like 50 things in my GitHub. I cleared it. Wait, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Okay, so we're cheating a little with making a new repository. Should be fine. It's stupid how GitHub does it, so I just cheat. Work, GitHub repos, game contest, this. Grab all these files. Yeah. And drop them in there. Now we can do add local repository, the game, add an exception, add, and it works.
And we're done here.
Yep. I will webhook it into Discord and give you access to work on it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You make me feel like 11.
It makes you feel like you're 11.
I'm listening to K-pop.
Do they think they're 11?
Yes.
Damn.
Yep, them. Okay. Let me just create a new develop branch.
Let me just do everything.
All right. GitHub settings, collaborators. Use my password.
Where we do never share your password online.
I don't know my password. Fuck.
Like one of those video games.
Oh, okay. I got it. Add people. What was your name, Sirsa?
I don't
1, 2,
know.
3. Skull. You
I
get
don't
right
remember.
access. All right, you have access to the project. I'm gonna do some folder organization and then publish it into develop, and then you can make your own branch. But you can download it already, so you have it. And you should open it so it can create all the files and folders. All right. Oh my god. Dun, 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 dun. We might want to store data, so quick keep would be good. What else would be good? Hierarchy is useful. Utility library will be useful. We don't need a world editor. I don't think we need notifications. UI is fine. Audio we might need. We're gonna have audio, right?
I guess.
Yeah, let's get audio in here then. Bum 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 bum. And since you have Git installed for once, you won't have problems getting the fucking project. Bang, 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 boom.
Oh, okay.
All right, where's my amazing filler file? There it is. All right, let's make folders.
Where's my amazing filibuster?
Cap.
They're in Captain America.
Sheesh. Bum 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 bum. Mm-hmm. Did I miss anything? I don't know. I'm probably gonna make a fucking asset which is called layout, and then you can just do the folder layout that way. All right, I'm gonna make a new feature. I'll work on movement, I guess. All right, cool. You should have access. I did give you access. You should check. You should download, etc., etc. All good. Speak.
Speak. What?
Speak.
He T-poses when he jumps.
Good job. Okay. Character movement.
Oh, what have I done now?
Everything that's not good.
What the fuck happened here? Pissed off. Why did it get fucked?
I don't know. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Interesting song. Player will be a mono behavior. It will require component type of.
Now I need to redo it again. I'm so angry.
Don't you love making art? Okay, what do we want movement wise?
Didn't you say like running and like wall climbing thing, wall jumping?
Wall jumping, yeah. So we have movement grounded, wall, rising and falling. Or rather, we have those states and air. Then we have air states of rising, falling,
I am
and
fucking
then wall states.
screaming.
Left and right. You're absolutely fuming, bro.
Yeah.
Mad.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I think that'll do. We have grounded on the wall and in the air, and then we have the rising and falling state, as well as the left and right state for the wall. I will call this action state, and then also public enum move state, idle, walking, running. There you go. Everything has its own little state, so we can do a state machine sort of thing if we wanted to. Oh, I dirtied my shirt. That sucks. Okay, that way we can handle all the physics. Ooh, okay, I have an idea. Okay, we need an animator. Anim.
Then
Rigid. We have a collider.
collider. Oh my god. The character
Collider.
collide with stuff. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Public sprite renderer. Renderer. Layer sprite. Okay, for now I think I'll have everything in one script, and then I'll focus it out to different things. Vector 2 input. Move input. And jump requested. move input dot x equals input dot get axis raw horizontal, and then vertical is up. And then jump requested is
Oh, why are those right next to each other? Like I said.
I added a little mechanic. If you press spacebar, your spacebar will be collected for 0.1 seconds. So it means if you press spacebar in the air, but you haven't landed yet, it will still make you jump when you touch the floor. How's that sound?
I guess.
Why does this not work? It's greater than 0.1. Hee hee. Okay. Inputs are handled. Now, in theory, I could do a state machine, which I would do. For now, we're just gonna do left-right movement. Movement. If
Left-right movement. Aren't we getting a bit political here?
shut up. You have no right to say anything. Calm down. Alright,
I have no right. Damn. Isn't that a bit? Just kidding.
if action state is equal to
Oh, why is jumping so odd? I can't make it look natural and annoying as hell.
or rather I can make this a switch case, action state,
States.
case.
Based on what?
Handle ground movement. Then all the ground physics run. Wall. Then all our wall physics run. And etc. etc. So we're splitting all the physics into states basically. and then we
You're
can
running
determine what we
away.
want to do based on what state we are in physics.
What state of the art technology?
Okay, grounded movement. We need a vector 2 for movement, which is just our vector 2 move input dot x times and then ground speed. Skills of physics. Ground speed. And then our y is just our rigid dot velocity dot y. Rigid dot velocity equals velocity, or not in this case. Movement? No.
Wait, how come you're streaming World of Warcraft?
Oh, I am. Good question. But I think you're wrong.
What is... just changed it.
You're so wrong.
I'm so wrong.
Yeah. You could have changed it.
Bruh.
Bruh.
Brr. Wait, why is it late night drive?
Hmm?
Oh, it's your Spotify.
Yeah. Well, not Spotify. Does it say?
Yeah, it says late night drive. It says it's from Spotify. That's what you're listening to.
I never checked that.
And I can listen to it as well.
Where does it say?
No, right next to like which
That's so cool. Yeah, I'm using the Twitch thingy for the music.
it's your thingy. We are so tired. Well, I am tired. No, I know about you.
Alright. And then if we request a jump, we set the jump force. Ooh, jump force. And we basically collect our current velocity, which is just rigid dot velocity. Then we do velocity dot y equals, and then our jump height. Just make it 2, and then I'll make you 2's 1, 2. Sure. That will be jump height. Anyway, we need to check. Eek. Okay, and then we can do rigid.velocity. Velocity. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, first we check if, and then now we have to check our states, which means we need to check if we are on the ground or not. So if pool is grounded, if physics 2D raycast, we just raycast straight down this dot transform dot position, and then we offset it a couple pixels to the left, but for now we'll just use center body, which is fine. We do vector. There we go. Vector 2 down, and then we go through our distance is our body collider, bounds dot y dot size dot y, and then we like give it a little bit more distance, so 0.5 would be exactly, and then we just give it a tiny bit more distance, and then our move layer. Two commas I did. If we check if we're grounded, and if so, then our move state or action state grounded. And then we need to check our velocity to determine if we're moving or not. So rigid.velocity is dot magnitude is greater than 0. For now we can just do move state. Move state equals, and then we can throw this in there. If it's true, then our move state is running. Otherwise, it's idle. There we go. Otherwise, if we're not grounded, we check if we're on a wall. Is wall, and then the wall check, we just check left and right. So basically the same thing, transform dot, and then we check either right. So in this case, I do right. I use the X and then give it 5. And with this, I should immediately determine on which wall we are at, basically. So I could also say wall state. Oops. I didn't handle wall state yet. Okay. wall state, wall state. Public air state, air state. I can say wall state is, this would be the right wall. Else if, same thing but with the left. Legged, great. Okay. Mm-hmm. And here we can check air state equals rigid.velocity.y is greater than 0. If it's greater, then our air state is rising, otherwise our air state is falling. If this works, holy shit. I just fucking whipped this out of my butt crack. So, would be cool if it worked. Bum, 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 bum. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Would you like to give me a sprite already? Seriously?
I guess.
Like just one frame of the idol.
It's one frame I can give you, don't think.
Nah, one frame. Good enough. Thanks. Don't be picky. Finish up. I just want one
We're-
frame. Oh, I'm dusty. Ow. Ow.
What?
You just scuffed right in my face.
In your face?
Yeah,
So-
dude. What the hell? Alright, player.
Oh, fuck. Hold on. Now let's pick my spell. Okay.
Yeah, spelling.
Ah! Ah, you sneezed in my face.
I am sorry. For me, it's okay.
Wow.
I know, right? Oh, that was really loud. I hate sneezing. Did you know I hate sneezing?
Sneezing.
Oh, don't call it sneezing. I know you. Don't you dare.
I just called the map sneezing.
Don't call it sneezing. I know you.
Uh,
Would be interesting to see if this worked already immediately.
damn.
Bless you. And duplicate, and let's just give him a big fat right wall and a big fat left wall. Let's give them all colliders. And let's press play.
Tiny.
Oh my god, he has gravity? I didn't even add that yet. Oh, it doesn't work. Dang it. I love how I can
What?
hold spacebar.
Gravity?
Gravity? No freaking way. I know why. That's why. I like the fact that he has his own gravity, but I have to give him... It works! And rising and falling works as well. Grounded works. Does wall work? Wall works as well. Nice. Left wall falling. Nice.
Look at him go.
Yeah, but I'm thinking more of the in the bottom. You can see in the right where the text box is. It says grounded, running, left, and falling. Idle doesn't work, which is really annoying, but that's probably because he has constant falling speed, so that's fine. There we go. Now he's idle, for example. And if I move, it changes to running. If I go into the air, it's air. It goes air and then rising, falling. So it knows when he's falling. And then if I go to a wall, it knows which side. So it says wall right in the wall state. And then here it will say wall left. So now I can work on physics so that on the walls he can jump and his gravity is slower. In the air, I can make him sway left and right so he can fall a little further or less. So I can like add velocity when he's in the air. What?
I just love watching this guy dance.
Is your character dancing?
He's just vibing.
Yeah, he's about to do tax evasion, man, and he's happy about it. Oh my god, the spread is so small.
Wouldn't you be happy?
Oh my god, player 1 frame? What the fuck is that?
You wanted 1 frame. You got 1 frame.
And you were like, oh, I gotta get that naming right as well.
Did I not?
No.
Damn.
Oh, yes, he's so cute and small. I love it. There we go.
Look at him go.
Yeah, now I need to fix the collider. You need to somehow make it that his wall sprite is flippable, you know?
Flippable.
Yeah. What if I give him like his top hat gets 1 pixel of immunity where it can go through the floor and stuff.
I guess. Imagine your fucking giant hat is a hitbox.
Interesting. Now he's constantly in the air. Why
It's
though?
flying.
That makes no sense.
He's just built different.
That's rough, buddy. That doesn't make sense if he's flying halfway because... Oh, wait. Actually, maybe it does. Depending on where his player sprite is. Yeah, okay. Oh, wait. I know how to do this. Alright, I need to just find the center of the character. Where would the center of the character be? The center of the character always has to be in the same spot. Can you do that?
Oh, at the center of gravity? No.
Yeah, can you do that in your sprites? Always make sure
Well,
he's at the same center position.
well, I think it is kind of always that.
Okay, because I would move this like somewhere over here. I don't know. Where is the center of the character? Pixel-wise.
Do you see where the dot is?
No.
Oh, I guess like right next to his like gold necklace, whatever the fuck it is.
Wait, he's next to his gold necklace. Okay, that's why I have it right now. I have his center at 9.7. Okay, let's do some air drift. Void handle air movement. We can still use our input and therefore multiply a specific value onto it. Okay, that should be air movement, so I can strafe left and right in the air in theory, and make myself also go further in the air.
Fucking tax evasion.
Tax efficient? What?
Like, yeah, I just can't get over it. Tax evasion. We're making a game about a guy being tax efficient.
You're making you tax evasion. What's the problem?
A lot of things.
Doesn't work.
I don't know. Can't see it. I don't know what's wrong with it.
No, my movement.
Damn, I do love this frame one jump.
Oh, that's why. What do you mean frame one jump? Oh, is it one frame jump? Oh, nice. Oh my god, that's kind of cool, except for when you
He's so fast.
But you can strike back, which is nice. Okay, that's really easy to fix. We can clamp his velocity in that direction. Velocity x equals map f dot clamp. There we go. No, you can't go insane. Do we want double jumps?
Do you want?
I'm asking you. I can easily disable and enable it. It doesn't matter. So.
Do you think it would be fun?
I could just add it.
Sure.
And then it's a boolean. It's just a yes or no every time. But I can just add it if we want.
Wow, just like construct.
Yep.
Oh my god. Construct did have that though.
What?
Where you can just click off it on like, oh, alright, this object, alright, what I want to have? I want to have a behavior. What behavior is that? I want to have a +4 behavior. That means you'll have gravity and movement to side. And
Wow, we add a rigid body and then we animate it because why the fuck would we even give it a fucking physics component?
And then you can just change all the physics, how quick it goes, what's the max speed it can go, what acceleration it has, what deceleration it has, what gravity it has, what jump strength it has. Will it have double jump or not?
Yeah.
Shit. It will have default controls, or you gotta do your own bullshit.
Yeah. Always do your own. First of all.
Duh.
Duh.
Duh. Oh We're speedrunning now? Well, technically we are. Wait, are we speed? Oh yeah, we technically are. Alright.
Well, if we're grounded, we can just immediately set can air jump to true, which is the great thing about this system.
It's a great.
And then in the air, we can also just straight up check if
If you are dumb.
jump
then
requested
it's-
and can air jump, then we just call jump again.
If he's in air and he can jump, then he will die like a chump. What?
Alright, double jump has been added, I think.
You think?
I didn't really try. I kind of just, again, pulled it out of my butt crack.
That's against US.
Okay. Okay, I forgot to not let him
Oh.
fly. There we go. You know, if you air jump, you also have to say, "Oh, you already air jumped." You know, you kind of have to disable that.
Alright, here's a wall.
And then we can do
Wow.
the same state system with upgrades. So we can be like, hey, if we have this upgrade, then physics will handle it this way, or we can do this. If you have the double jump upgrade, then you can double jump. Is it doing both? Is it doing it at the same time? I think it is. It is doing it at the same time. Okay. Why? Okay, when it does work, it works, which is good. But why this? Then we say jump is true, and if jump is true, then we let this request countdown go down. Sure. And then if we say if we're in a ground movement and you want to jump, then we set the jump force. Then we're in the air. Now that we're in the air, we check, hey, did we request a jump? Which we already said no to.
Oh. Wait, I got an idea.
Hmm.
For like the level design and shit. What if every level is a room and you have 10 seconds to get out of that room before the police opens the door? I mean, I
Isn't
don't know,
that the whole idea?
Well, yeah, but like it's like I don't know.
You're
I think
running
that's the whole,
away.
Yeah, but like something like that will indicate more that like, oh, you're running away. Where so I don't know.
Mm, 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 mm.
What else do we need? Will I be able to take damage?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Why not?
I guess.
What the fuck? Oh, whoa. So confused. Wait, this is... Okay. Cool. If I can air jump now, but if I press spacebar, I can no longer. This is painful. Why?
What if every time he gets hit, money
Yes,
falls out of
yes,
him?
yes, yes. It's instead of the flashing character, he loses cash out of his pockets.
Not!
And when he runs out of cash, he gives up and goes to jail.
That? Gotta make dollar bills.
Oh, I'm a little weirded out. This is so weird. At the same frame where I press spacebar, supposedly it tries to. How? Why? What? That is so weird. I'm having problems with physics. And I haven't even added my custom gravity yet. How is that even possible? Maybe that's why. Maybe the input isn't immediately thrown. Nope, that's not it either. Ay, ay, ay. If you time it correctly, you can double jump. If you don't, you can't.
You can't.
Hmm. It's like frame perfect. What the hell? Okay, let's get wall jumping to work. Handle wall movement. Okay, well, for wall movement, I kind of also need physics, but I think we can relax a bit. This thing said we're on a wall, so we can check if wall state is equal to wall state right, and we have requested a jump. Then we do a jump direction. Should we be able to determine the jump direction, or should we always have it the same so we can make sure the levels are always accurate? I think it should be the same for now.
Alright.
I don't want to do annoying physics stuff if I can't even finish the controller today. Yeah, so when you do a jump, it's always going to be the same. I guess we can do it a bit differently. Vector 2 jump direction equals wall state right. If so, then this. Otherwise, one with a positive. And then I don't have to do an if statement. And wall jumps handled? Question mark? Done? And it's handled. Wall jumps work. They work better than air jumps. Whee! Yeah, and it feels smooth as well. Awesome. Continuous should make it better. Yes. All right, how's the sprites looking? The spreadsheets. Bum, 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 bum. Wait a minute. You'll need to do one side of the wall. The right side preferred. Actually, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Why am I picky? Okay. So the jump is now 2 frames? Or how does the jump work? Oh, okay, he goes down and then he jumps. Okay, cool. Do we have a falling? So that's the rising. Do we have a falling? That's rising. So is the other one falling?
I feel like I was muted.
Oh, yeah, you were muted the whole time.
Oh, fuck it.
Yeah, repeat.
I was thinking of like making just fucking like old games where it's both the rising and the falling.
Oh, okay.
I don't know, we can change that if you want.
That's fine.
I can't. No, I think, but yeah, I can probably do it.
Do you want to give me what you got?
I also have the running done.
Oh.
It was still done before, and I know where it's just vibing.
Yeah.
Another thing is like this is different from this. The reason why is because this is like the time of it. The FPS is different than this and this.
That doesn't matter.
Alright. Then this is the start of the herd, I guess.
Oh, okay.
His head got stuck. I haven't said. Should probably do the what should I call this? No tax man.
No tax.
No tax man.
What if we call the game "So I Tried to Commit Tax Evasion"? Perfect YouTube title. What if you're the tax man that wants to tax the people? As I mentioned, you're the tax person, and you're trying to get to the other people. So every level is like a story, you know. Every campaign, like every 6 levels is like a story of you trying to get to someone. First, you go to a sheep, you know, and you take the money from the sheep, or the sheep can't pay, so you shear his wool off. And you go to the next guy, and he's a pig, and you slice a piece off and get bacon. You smack him and get bacon instead of money. I thought that would be really hilarious. Thanks for the follow, Dark Historic. How you doing? Can I get some advice? What advice? I'm not a good advice person.
What? You're a pro.
Eek. Oh, that's cool. Twitch has a new like thingy.
New thingamajig.
Yeah, new thingy magic. A double jump. Wow, that's a giant text.
Oh.
What do you do if you have the key? Well, if you have the key, you can just say, yo, your key's public, you should change it, right? It's not hard to change the key. You should just change the key. And that's it. You can just say, hey, yo, I got the key from your repository since it went public. Here, can you change it? That's it. What else would you want? Like, you can use the key and have your own bot connected to it. That would be toxic behavior. Don't recommend. So probably that second thing. Make an announcement on the server. Say, yo, there's a thing. I got the key for the thing because the thing went public. Remember? Okay, in that case, change the key. Lol if you haven't. There's not much you can do. You per se control, which I do not recommend. It's their fault for having it leaked. It is their fault for having it leaked. So that's up to them. If they know that the key was leaked, they probably would have changed it by now if it's a semi understanding person of how things like that work. It shouldn't be much of a big deal, right? You can just change the key. The bot, the key for the bot basically just gives the identity. So if you change the key, then the identity is changed, and no one has connection. Like no one has access to that identity anymore. It's that simple. I mean, yeah, if they did that, then it would be secret, right? But I mean, I would assume the key was stored in an environment file, right? As an environment key, which would completely have it, in theory, be safe unless it's in a .environment file, which would be yeah, it was in the file. Great. Oh. Lol. Yeah, it was in main.py. Okay. So, Python bot. Coolio. Seriously, didn't you send me the files?
Okay, I can send you the file.
Thank you. I wanted the idol.
Well, I asked if you wanted the idol before, but no one is good.
Yeah, one frame is good, but now I want the idol.
Will you being picky? Too bad. You
Grow up. Little sussy boy, huh? Did you know they're banning slots or gambling on Twitch?
Okay, cool.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean? What if it's a game? You know what? Oh wait, no. Gambling has a definition of if it's real life money, then it's considered gambling.
If you're gambling in the game, you're gambling in real life.
Oh, what kind of game? That would be sick. Oh wait, that's called gambling. You're telling me this song is called Harvest Moon? Interesting.
What? You
Hmm?
go and harvest the moon?
I'm going Harvest Moon.
Damn.
Agree. Would you like to not have me wait and just send me what you already exported?
I'm fucking.
You're what? What are you doing?
I'm doing your mom.
No!
Kinda, I guess.
Kinda. What? You're kinda doing my mom? That's not really nice. I thought we were friends. I don't know what to do. I think I'm done. I think the rest is up to you now. I did the hard part.
Wait, I fucked up.
Yeah, you did. Oh wait, I forgot to do physics, gravity stuff. Okay, no gravity there. Gravity player void handle gravity. Gravity's simple. So we're just gonna check if action state is on a wall. Is equal to wall state. Action state wall. If it's on a wall, then we do wall specific gravity. Otherwise, we just use, if we're in the air, right? If action state is equal to air, then we want gravity downwards as well. Rigid.add force vector2.down times, and then we want to add gravity. So another physics. Gravity force, I think can be like 8.79 or 9.
It's not working.
What's not working?
Gravity.
Gravity. Who turned gravity off?
Screw gravity.
Do you think we need gravity? It's screw gravity. Whew. Okay, now I want to check if rigid. This is the fancy thing. If rigid.velocity dot y is greater than 0, that means we're actually going up. Then I want to slowly, while you're on, so you have like a slide, so you slide up the wall kind of. No, vector 2 down times and then otherwise, if you're not sliding up, I want you to match the wall slide speed. Vector 2 velocity is our rigid velocity, and then we're gonna do float speed is, and then we're gonna lerp the speed down to our wall climb speed. So math f.lerp. So even if we go down really fast, it like slides down and then reduces itself to the wall slide speed. And this will be handled in fixed. So fixed delta time. So this basically mimics the idea of so this mimics the idea of you're sliding up and we want you to slide back down. And this mimics the idea of you are falling into the wall and you're slowing down. So you are matching the speed over time. At least that's the idea behind
Oh, you got timed out.
Hmm?
He pulls a loom.
No. Handle gravity. Okay, let's see if my own gravity works. If you're on the ground, you have no gravity at all. Otherwise, you have gravity. Cool. And then if you're on a wall, well, I can increase the slide speed. Oh, it slides you up. Interesting. There, and then it matches you down. Okay, so I did the down wrong, but that's fine. So that if you were to fall down, there you go. You like slide into it, which is good. It worked semi. This just didn't work. Oh, it's because I made it a positive. There we go. Nice. Now if only double jump would work. Cool. What if I make, oops, not half. Time is 1.5. There we go. Make gravity a little heavier. Four 6.2, 6, 4 6.2, 6. There we go. Oh my god, those are so many spreadsheets, man. Why don't you save them in one? Alright, game contest, Ludum Dare, assets, sprites. No Taxman. Wouldn't his name be Taxman instead of No Taxman? Seriously?
What?
Wouldn't his name rather be Taxman instead of No Taxman?
Well, his whole thing is that he doesn't do taxes, right?
No. He's the guy that chases down the people that don't do taxes.
Oh,
He's the
for sure.
anti-tax evasion.
Okay. When did this change?
Just now, because it makes more sense.
Well, wouldn't then be better if he was like a police officer?
No, he's the rich man. He's the government trying to take your tax. He wants to be richer and is already rich.
Why doesn't it make any sense?
Yes. Yes, it does.
Or if the story is just the fucking there's just beginning monologue about like, oh shit, I'm in debt. I ain't got no money, so he goes around stealing money.
Maybe. But does he still do tax evasion?
Let's see this.
I want the tax evasion part.
Every 10 seconds, he needs to evade taxes.
He has 10 seconds to do tax evasion. Alright. All of these sprites are well sized, correct? That song sounds disgusting. I'm the tax man. Skibidi doo ba ba da ba. Ba ba dum bum. Skibidi doo ba ba da bum. Am I doing the animations
What?
in Unity?
I have no idea.
Well, I have the project open, so I might as well.
Alright.
And then I can connect it as well with code. Tax man idle. Yes. Bum 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 bum. X-Men jump. Ping. Jump and for jump and hold the jump. Oi. Hmm. Added tax man animation sparks. Cause he's a tax man. Skibidi doo doo bop bop bop. Okay. Idle, jump, run, jump does not, wall does not. If action state is equal to grounded, dun, 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 dun. Let me check rigid dot velocity dot x is greater than or dot magnitude is greater than 0. Anim dot play moving needle. I'm curious to see if this works. Else if action state never mind. I was like, oh, let's do it this way. No, let's do it this way. Oops. Oh, what a mess. What a mess. Okay. That is dealt with. Holy damn. Alright, I wanna hook this here. Alright. What? What?
It's so
Speak to me!
goofy. What?
Huh? What? I'm confused. You okay? You seem to be not breathing properly. Would you like to, stop? Okay. I hope you're okay. I don't know where this came from. Are you good? Hello? Don't choke on your own saliva, man. I hope I'm just this funny. I hope I'm funny. I hope you're laughing because of me. I'm hilarious. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Good to know. Breathe, for fuck's sake. Breathe, buddy. Breathe. 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 You good?
I don't even know why I'm laughing.
You're laughing at my fucking face at this point.
I'm dying.
Yeah, you are, and you better.
No.
No. No. No, I won't.
Oh, why did you make a pentagon?
Is that the thing you see? Because it makes sense.
I'm trying to come.
Maybe it's because this is getting cold multiple times per frame.
Alright.
Mamma mia, it's not working! Come on! Are you stuck? Ah! It is stuck. What? Oh, I'm fucking mentally handicapped. I figured it out. Let's go. I think I figured it out. Yay! Our character is doing shit. Woo! Oh, the wall ride works.
The what?
The wall ride works. Wow. Okay, except for the other side. I have to do the flip sprite thing.
It's flying.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, void handle sprite flip. And I just need to take the if action state dot action state is wall. Then we have to do something specific to the wall. Based on the wall, we have to flip it or not. So we do player sprite dot flip x. Wait. I might or might had some fun. Nice.
Wait, what?
There we go. Oh, I did it the wrong way, but that's fine.
How dare you do it the wrong way?
How dare you think I did it the wrong way?
How dare I think you did it the right way?
Your mom.
No.
No?
It's you were talking about.
Oh.
And you doing it the wrong. Yes.
Okay.
You did it right.
I always do it left.
Dude. Fucking that reminds me of fucking a clip from Who Got Talent. And there was a girl who was going to make a joke. And she said, "Are you alright?" And they're like, "Yeah."
No,
No,
you're a left.
And it's like,
That's the most hilarious thing I've ever heard, I have to be honest. It's just like, pain. So what do you think about this?
you think it's cool?
You know, with the wall slide. I added fun physics. If you come at a wall from the bottom, you'll like slide up until you reach the velocity. And same if you're sliding down, it will slide you down fast and then slow you down as you slide down, as like stopping you. I just need to fix the double jump, and then it's all good. It has to do with the way I catch the input, I think.
What if I make him do a front flip for the second jump?
For the air jump.
Yeah.
No, that's only if
Like-
I can get it to work.
Like every other platformer.
Jumping is broken at the moment, which sucks. Which feels like it's because of the input that I'm using. Oh, maybe it is. Wait, let me change the inputs. Input.get key down key code. If this fixes it, I will cry. Not really, but. Oh wow, it fixes it. Great. Nice. Okay, well, inputs are fixed. You can now double jump and everything. Wait, so you should be able to wall jump and then double jump, right? Wall and... Oh, yeah, nice. Whee! Nice. You can either double jump solo or you can use a wall and then double jump.
Nice.
It's a little weird, though.
Is it no?
Yeah, it is.
Is it no?
It gets eaten somewhere, which is weird.
Oh, that's funny.
Mm-hmm. But Mr. Taxman. Ansa's writing me. I noticed and I immediately messaged re. So you caved in? Yes, sir. I joined the jam. I woke up with an idea. Let's hope your idea doesn't have to do anything with text. Every 10 seconds, our character commits. Oh, dude. Imagine making that a statistic. Every 10 seconds, someone commits activation. Not when this guy is around. Alright, I think I'm done for day one. It's been 2 hours. I think I'm good.
Damn. slow.
Yeah, you are. Come on, speed up.
Uh,
I already finished the physics.
Fuck.
Freak. Sprites. What are we using for? I guess I can do level design. Or is Wolf online? No. Dang it.
But this was kind of cool.
Huh?
So,
Mine?
someone made a game where every 10 seconds gravity flips.
Yeah. I gave that suggestion yesterday. Or every 10 seconds you can have it that the map flips by 90 degrees, you know? Oh my god, Willany posted. Wait, Sonic 2 is out already?
No, I believe it was a demo.
No, it's out on YouTube. Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Buy or rent.
What?
Yeah, apparently it's out.
Sonic Adventures 2.
No, Sonic the Hedgehog 2.
What do you mean with 2 then?
The movie. The
Yeah, the
second one.
movie's out.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's out. I've seen it.
yeah.
I was like, are you talking about the game? I'm like, what?
Trackmania, but you can hit your opponents. Oh, that's kind of funny.
Wow, dude, that was funniest fun. Fun.
Fun! Watch Elon Musk's AI Day with Optimus reveal live. Oh, that was 5 hours ago. I wasn't even awake 5 hours ago.
Alright, it's American time bullshit.
Ba, 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 ba.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
I'm loving it. Bum, 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 bum. I am just having a blast on not doing anything. I don't know what to do. I can't give myself a task.
Then you must be the imposter. I'm so funny.
Hmm.
Wait, did I just recreate the Mega Man jump? Damn, I'm so good at this.
It's called inspiration in the back of your head. Isn't that how everything works? Is through some sort of inspiration?
I guess. But I was trying to make that. This is cute.
What if you make a Minecraft plugin where every 10 seconds TNT drops on you? That's it. You publish it, it gets #1 because people love Minecraft. And they can play it. Holy shit! I should do that real quick. It takes like 20 seconds to set up.
Wait, isn't that already a thing? I believe I've seen like YouTube videos of people doing
Yeah,
like
yeah,
those
yeah. Of course, it's a YouTube video challenge, but a lot of people want to do it, you know, but they don't know how to. So why not let them make a server?
Bro.
Hagarada. Oh wait, I need to make a player camera, a camera that follows the player. Oh, now I got a task. And one that doesn't lag out, for frick's sake. Because I always have cameras that end up lagging for some particular reason. Okay, since our player moves in fixed update, we should put the camera in fixed update. And it's basically just a camera that has a target and the player. So public, transform, target, public, transform, player. Get target, and then we just return if player or if target is not equal to null. I guess we return player. Bum, 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 bum. Attributes, public, float, speed, follow speed, and public vectors offset. And then that should be good. Now I can just check if t is not equal to what? Name, where did name come from? No. Then we create a vector 3, our desired position, and then our desired position is just our target plus target position plus offset, and then vector 3 our wanted position, or want pos, which is just a vector 3 lerp between our two positions. Vector 3 lerp between our camera.transform position and our desired position, and then our follow speed. I hate it when it presses enter and then it does this line. And then camera.transform is wanted position. Okay. And I can throw this on the player. get the main camera, get the player, follow speed 2, camera offset is -10, follow, oh yeah, and I should use the follow.
Well, there'll be.
Okay. Mm-mm-mm-hmm. Darkness. Ooh, I have no idea. A good Ludum Dare post. That's hilarious. I forgot to turn that off. Oh my god, that's funny. Meow. Oh, with ledges, that sucks though. Oh. Bum 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 bum. Did I hit him right in the corner? Yeah, that's where I need the checks for. Let's add some gizmos. Added player camera. Let's do some physics. Hashtag if unity underscore editor. And if on draw gizmos. We can have a gizmos.color equals color red. Ground state. We do color dot equals, and then we check if move state, or if action state is equal to grounded. If so, then color dot red. Otherwise, color blue. And then I just gizmos dot draw line from 2. Yep. Transform dot position. And then transform dot position plus vector 2 dot down times body collider dot bounds dot size. What? Body collider dot bounds size dot y times 6f. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum.
A new follower has arrived.
Ah! Raven, thanks for follow. Okay, let's see. Does the gizmos work? Nice. Nice. It'll tell me if I'm on a wall or if I'm on the floor. Awesome. Coolio. No! Oh, damn. Maybe I should add a safety net at the bottom. There you go. $12, and then duplicate, and then 20. No, not 24. Plus 16. Yeah, 16. And then, oops, duplicate. Okay, let's take a look. What to call it? Yeah, avatar. Thank you. I don't know if I want to do a let go mechanic for sliding. Yeah, I thought probably we'll have something where if you hold down when sliding, you slide down faster. I think that's probably something, or you let go when you press down. Because you can always just press right again to go next to the wall. I like the slide mechanic. If you slide down a wall, it slides you. If you jump up a wall, it slides you up and then down. There you go. Chunk, 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 chunk. There you go. Not bad. And then it's slowly down. Yeah, there you go. Okay, the camera's a bit small. Not small, slow. Still slow. There you go. Now it keeps up. Ah, there's a little mechanic I haven't tested out yet. Should I replenish double jump every time you hit a wall? I don't think so. I can't even reach that wall with a double jump. Without a double jump. I wanted to test if I can jump against a wall and then double jump back against the wall, so I can jump against the same wall twice. That would be an interesting mechanic for one of the levels, then maybe. So like, Nah, you're too slow. It doesn't turn you around fast enough. Yeah, no. The air strafe is not strong enough. That's fine. Ooh, that was kind of cool. Okay. So interesting thing is you should be able to do this with a strafe jump, right? But if you don't strafe, you can't make it. So if you just let go, you kind of bounce in here. Yeah, you barely don't make it, right? But if you hold left, you jump further. This would be an interesting showcase. Using your double jump and a wall jump to get further than just a regular double jump, like more height. So you can't make that jump, right? But you might be able to make that jump. Yeah. Interesting. That's actually interesting. Awesome. Let's move these guys down here. And let's record a little footage. Oof. Bum, 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 bum,
Hello.
bum. Hola. Coolio. Added Gizmos. Alright. I think the feature for movement is basically complete. What do you think, Sursa? How close are you done?
I don't know. What else do I even need? Well, there's a double jump thing. That's what I'm doing.
Oh yeah, true.
And then maybe like some environment stuff, I guess.
Yeah, environment would be, and then I can do level design based on that. Look at that. You can't make that jump without the wall jump. So you don't jump high enough, but if you wall jump, you can make it. And then if you can only make this jump if you hold right due to strafe, and then you're wall jumping like that. And then I thought it would be funny to yeet the character. Meow.
It was pretty cool.
My fucking PC just fucking died.
What's this? Badminton?
Badminton? What?
Badminton?
Yeah, badminton.
Batman.
Yeah. Jumpy, jumpy. Hmm. By the way, we don't have to limit ourselves to 10 seconds necessarily. We can just do a 10-second rule. You know, every 10 seconds, you know? So the basic concept of the rule is 10 seconds. So we could say you have 10 seconds at the start of the game, otherwise you lose, right? But you can pick up time, like time in the level, which adds 10 seconds. But then every 10 seconds, also you get like a screen shake, right? To say, oh, that tick is done. That tick is done. Because then you can have one big massive level at the end. Or you could do something like Jump King. Right?
Alright.
Instead of having one-screen puzzles, we can give us, or not one screen, but yeah, small puzzles that can only be done in 10 seconds, we can give ourselves a little bit more time. We can do the first couple levels only have 10 seconds, right?
Right.
And then we have used the main mechanic of 10 seconds, right? But then we can introduce more time, right? For harder and bigger levels. Mm-hmm. All right, I will be your beat. Please be nice. I found drinks. I found liquid. I found stuff to drink. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
He's flapping. He's flying.
Are you changing his job? Bless you.
I guess. Like I made it so it's like no, it's actually like animation.
Oh, okay.
You can also use that like to indicate like a second jump or something.
Huh.
You know what I mean?
Yes. Indication, huh? Huh?
I wonder if I should keep this thing. Is it even useful?
Is what useful?
That's what?
Is what useful? What indication?
This the anticipation with the jump with this. I don't know, bonk.
I mean, yeah, use it for the ground. There's a difference between air jump and ground jump already, because one's called falling and one's called jump. Jump has the little anticipation and then transitions into the actual air. And air just starts immediately, which would be when you had or jump from a wall, you'd use immediately the falling anim. So regardless, I will use it.
I don't know the tax man because he is the good guy apparently. But he also does tax and shit.
No, Taxman is the bad guy.
But why is he called taxman? He doesn't do the taxes.
No, he takes the taxes from the people.
So isn't that a good thing?
No. Not if you can't pay your taxes.
So it's taking people money so they can't pay taxes.
Mm-hmm. He's taking people's money that doesn't exist.
Right.
He is there so you don't commit tax evasion. So when you try to do it, he comes over to your house and takes your money. I wonder if we could add like an RPG kind of aspect to this. Where you can smack, you can hit forward and then hit a mob.
You want him to punch?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if it can punch. Whoa, that movement was sick! I just did something really cool. I did off-screen wall jump. That was so sick.
Alright.
Alright.
So is the game fun?
Oh, I like the controls a lot. They are 10 times better than what I did for End Soul. I think this is just going to be End Soul, in my opinion. This is the replacement for End Soul, which is nice. Should I create a dialogue system
If you want.
for the campaign? So basically you can interact with signs and then your timer stops while you're interacting with them so you can read what's up.
But your money is mine. Nah. I need to pay my taxes. You fool.
I am the tax fool. I am the taxes.
What for? What taxes? So you can live.
Yeah. Yeah, I pay life taxes. Okay, there's something wrong with the player that I need to fix.
Your life insurance. What?
What?
Like, don't. What? I already paid my health insurance. Not health insurance. Life
Life
insurance.
insurance. else we check if move input dot x is not equal to 0, then we flip.
Holy shit, some people gone pretty far already.
I mean, we are pretty far as well.
Are we?
We have a character, we have movement. In theory, all we need is like levels and we're done. Like level design and art, and then we're done. If we wanted to keep it simple. Which I want
This
to. I want to have...
motherfucker has 6 screens.
Has 6 monitors.
He has 6 monitors.
Nice.
What the fuck?
I would probably max at 4, but I feel uncomfortable with 3, I think. I have 2 right now. 2 is perfect, I think. But I really do want a third one where I can have Twitch chat and Discord up at all times. That I can use my other 2 monitors for work. So I have my main monitor where I stream, the other one where I can do research, and then I have my Twitch and OBS and Discord all on one vertical. That's my setup.
I was thinking the same thing.
I can have my music on that monitor. I can have everything on that vertical monitor, split up, and still be able to read everything. Oh, I fixed it. Yo, I just glitched the game. Yo, I found a sick mechanic. I think I'll keep it. It's sick. But it's interesting. It doesn't know. Ah, that's why. There we go.
I wonder if we can get music into this.
Music?
Yeah.
Let me check if Maeve's online.
Hey man, we need some beats. What kind of music would this even be? Would it be like
Ludum Dare today. Need some beats if you got time. There, I wrote them.
Oh my god.
I don't know, something that screams, I really want to take your money, and tax
is that?
evasion.
Was it like the, those crazy like jazz? Where it's like crazy?
You mean the thing I'm listening to right now? Now it calmed down. It had like a really cool...
Is there something called rock jazz? Is that
Yes,
a thing?
of course it's a thing. What kind of question is that? Oh, I don't know. It's a question. You're probably not looking.
Crazy jazz.
You're probably not looking for the correct genre for rock jazz.
What's it like?
Why does this lo-fi beat have baby whining in the background?
Bruh.
Do you like what I did to the character?
Huh?
I added little lines so you can see what he's doing. So if the bottom ones become red, that means he's touching the ground. If the side ones become red, he's on a wall. So we always know what state he's in, basically.
Oh yeah, it's October.
Yeah, it's Blocktober. Or is it Inktober? There's so much
Well, yeah.
tober, dude.
All things happening in October.
Yeah, Blocktober sounds more interesting.
What is it called?
Nice, he flips in the air. Okay, cool. Character flipping is fixed. I feel like the camera's a little slow still.
I can't find like a specific genre. Ah well.
Get him, John.
What?
What?
Prank him, John.
Prank him, John.
Ah, you already know.
I feel like having a platformer where you can wall jump and double jump, that's already like, and wall slide and air strafe, that's already very fucking professional.
Hell yeah.
All done in what? No. Okay. It's pretty simple. I did it in a really dumb way as well, which is like, hilarious. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, Wolf pasted that at 7 a.m. Okay, we're not gonna have Wolf for another at least 8 hours, I think, or 6 hours. COC is having a seizure. Oh my gosh.
What?
No matching function for called RW from file. Why is he trying to read?
What are you trying to read?
Why is he trying to read right?
Oh no, the AI is becoming a deviant. He's trying to learn.
Ansa is doing something fancy that I thought we should do as well.
What is he doing?
He draws his levels in pixels, and then the game automatically loads them in. So he basically just uses an image, and the image generates the level, and that's it.
Cool.
So that's something we could do as well. We could just have an image where every color pixel determines a specific block, and then I just write a piece of code in Unity that can read the file and then place every block, and then done. Ow.
Everything broke.
Yeah, my PC broke. Oops.
Oh no! Our table!
It's broken. You good? I'm not.
Oh no!
Up. Circe's favorite sound he makes. Up. I'm not wrong.
What do you mean?
You do up. Because you start screaming and then it cuts out, so it sounds like up.
No, I manually do that.
Oh, you just say up.
Yeah.
Nice. Did you send me more sprites already? Ages ago?
Yeah.
Ages ago. Okay, got it.
Oh yeah, you wanted me to do a punch.
Yes, a punch.
Or just like a super cartoony, like giant punch.
Wait, so jump 2 is the second jump.
Yeah, the mid-air jump,
Okay.
I guess.
I'll just call it air jump. Probably looks really weird now. Oh no, okay. No, actually. Damn, this is Pog Jazz. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-da-ba-bum, bum-bum. That sounded really cool. Oh my god. That was... Oh my god. Wait. Oh fuck, I don't have my phone! It's broken! Seriously?
Yeah.
I have a face cam. I could show you. Wait, can you see the screen I currently have on Twitch?
The guy, yeah.
Yeah. You see the red outlines around the characters?
Yeah.
There's like red. In the bottom right, so right down here, where my head is, right? It's all blurred yellow because red doesn't exist there. So it's just blurring. This whole space here is yellow. It's pure yellow. It's so weird.
On your screen?
Yeah, on my monitor, because my monitor's broken on the left side. I can't read anything on like where my cursor is all the way down. So like here, anything on that side I can't really read. It's all blurry and stretched and bad colors. And this whole square right here is just pure blurry yellow, even though there is no yellow. It's so weird. All right, jumping, falling, and then from falling we can do air jump, which is just jumping again. And we need to update the jumping animation for the character as well. Animation idle jumping now has more frames. And then does it just loop between frame 3 and 4? Sursa?
What?
Does it just loop between frame 3 and 4?
What do you mean?
The falling. Because he said there's an in-air moment.
Was the in-air jump.
Oh, but he stays static on the last frame, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You can make it like a thingamajig if you want.
I just call him the Taxman. Skibidi doo bap 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 skibidi doo bap 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 bap. He's the Taxman. All right, and then I'll start making like poof clouds and stuff everywhere. How does that sound? Does the second jump animation... Yeah, no, it doesn't link to the first one, right? I don't have to connect the ends of the normal jump animation frame?
Wait, what?
The air jumps, do I use any of frames of the original jump?
What do you mean?
maybe if it has the same frames than the original jump, then I might as well, you know.
I believe the only one that is the same is the third one.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Or is it third? No, it's
It's all Gucci, no worries.
blah 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 blah. blah.
Blah 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 blah.
If you go from the normal jump, where it has the anticipation, then the third frame. That's the original. That was the still image.
Hmm. Mm. All right, let's see if the air jump works in the animation. Nice, it works.
That's a lot of lines.
Hmm? Were you looking at my code?
The animation thing. Animation states.
It's still instant, so I did something wrong. Jumping immediately goes to falling.
Damn, some people have already set up games. That's quick. What was the combo thing again?
What do you mean?
There's a combo and a jam. What was combo?
Oh, combo is one person, and you have to open source or your code, and you get 48 hours. Jam, or whatever we're doing, is 72 hours, and we get to keep our code private. Which, in theory, there is almost no difference. Interesting. Something's wrong with this animation. I wonder what. It has plenty of time, yet it's instant. Oh, is it not using the right? No, it is. What? Yeah, that was the issue. Hmm. What? This is so weird.
What is weird?
It has priority as well. Seems like this trigger is just never called. Why? Okay, it doesn't even go through jumping. Good to know. Or actually it does. Apparently this is instant. I am so confused. I should be getting an error now. There's how I'm weirded out. Hmm. Hub. Why are you so mad at me? Hey, just because Unity closed and I reopened it doesn't mean it crashed, okay? Ansa, I know you're watching. It's just the jump animation. It's instant. I don't know why. Oh my gosh. Maybe something's wrong with the sprites in it and I have to remake it. Hmm. No. I mean, the trigger can get lost, but why does the air work? But the ground one doesn't. I can just force it. Even forcing it. Wait, what if we mute these? The only place it can go is jumping, and it's forced to do the jumping. Okay. Then it does it. Okay, then it does it. Okay. If I unmute you, will you go to jump? Yes. If I unmute you, will you go to jumping? Yes. And then you will go back. Okay. If I unmute you, will you stay jumping? No. That's why. It's eating up my jump. It was eating up my jump the whole time. Ah! Okay. Now it crashed. First crash of the day. Hey, it's a good sign. It's only one so far. It's been 3 hours. It always crashes with anims as well. Very interesting. Okay, we determined that, oh, it's literally lost nothing. Okay, cool. Frick! Still instant. What if I just don't have a transition there? It has to go through the falling cycle. I mean, that works. The jump cycle is like half a second, so it's not going to do much. Okay, let's upgrade falling, because falling is a little boring. It just being idle, so we might give it a loop. Doesn't have to be that fast. Nice. Alright, that's cool. Yeah. Size over lifetime. Splishy splash. I've been taking a bath. Bum 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 bum.
I'm returned.
Hello, returned. How you doing? I don't think this works because it has to be on the main object. Oh, it does. Bring, bring, bring. Isn't there like a weird thing? Grand particles mission. But isn't that a mission module? Alright. Does that show up over here? And can I set it? Then I don't have to set it every frame. I cannot. Damn. Well, in that case, I can just very simply do that. Which is grab it once. And there we go.
I have no idea what the hell I'm doing with this animation.
Me neither.
Looks more like a throwing animation, punching animation. He's throwing something.
No, let the man throw. The game. Added some cool stuff.
Alright, I feel stuck in this, so I'm gonna do tile sets instead. What size should they be?
24, 24.
24. Wait, this is bad. That doesn't matter. I can just do this. It's this one that matters. I do.
Does it?
Boom.
Sometimes it eats my input. That's so unfair.
Why should it be? Just running on the roofs.
On the rooftops. I was thinking just nature, like he's walking over plains and stuff, and then mountains. You know, dust and Elysian tale. What do you think about the particles I made?
They look cool.
Yeah. Bum, 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 bum. Meow. Whoop. You can wave dash. Oh my god. Yeah.
This is pretty big. Alright. Let's see. So, it forest, you said. That's interesting.
Well, I thought you can start in a city, right?
Alright.
He's in the city. He's like, God damn. Then you see a list of people of wanted people who haven't paid their taxes. You know? So you first start in the city, then you probably go on some kind of plains, then maybe a forest. Like the plains is one level, and then you enter a forest to the next, and then you enter a mountainous next, and then snow. And then Evil Castle, which is the, Count Dracula who hasn't paid his taxes yet. And then you get to do a mini boss fight.
You say this makes no sense at all.
Of course it doesn't. It's a LOL game. Why is this supposed to make sense?
Well, I mean, like, I have no idea where this is going. I thought
He's the
we were the one
tax man.
doing tax evasion, but he's the one stealing
No,
others' money.
we are preventing tax evasion.
Well, I thought we were doing tax evasion.
Now that's a little dark, don't you think?
Wait, no, I'm so confused.
That's what I thought as well, but it's better if we don't do tax evasion.
Isn't now? How come?
Legally
Mm,
speaking, it wouldn't be good.
with it now.
Yes. Oh, did you do the punch? Did you send it to me already?
Well, not really. I got
Okay.
stuck on. I didn't really know how I was gonna do the punch,
Ah, okay.
so I got stuck, and I was like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna do tall maps instead to do something at least." You know?
I don't know.
Do you know?
Add a particle mission to player.
To player. Oh my god. No.
Oh my god. Okay. Ah, I'm like hungry, kinda.
Are you hungry?
I am hungry.
You still literally more hungry?
Hungry.
Well, too bad.
Hey, yo, you being mean? See. Dumbass.
You did the same thing.
It's okay, bud.
Bruh. Here I am being called a dumbass. This is against TOS. I'm
Yo.
calling my parents. They work at Twitch.
They work actually?
No,
Dang it.
that would be kind of sad.
Why would that be sad?
My parents work at Twitch. Oh, you mean that awful website that doesn't work half the time? Yeah. Well, fuck you, parents.
That's not their part. That's not their fault. They only work there.
Right.
They're only doing what they're told.
Right.
Right. Mm-hmm. Right.
Alright, I hear ya. But
Right. Yeah. Of course. Right. Shoo, 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 shoo. Shoo, 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 shoo. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Shoo. Parkour! 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 Imagine putting that in the background of the fucking gif I'm making is parkour! 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 This gif is for Jane. I'm making this gif specifically for Jane. That was fast. Ow. Parkour! Wait, does it have the correct falling animation? It does! He wiggles his hands when he falls. It's so cool. It's so cute.
wait, what?
I made him wiggle his hands when he falls. There's a very slight wiggle. He's like, ah! It's like super adorable. It's like he's trying to fly. Bam, bam.
Oh.
Ah, he just got an idea and he's like, oh, frick, why didn't I do it this way? Was that right?
Kind of, but not really.
Oh, okay.
I was like, oh, what if I make it like it's like a night city, like you're in Las Vegas or some shit in the middle of the night. It's like, oh, then there's like a bunch of lights and shit everywhere. But it's like, but that's gonna be so much work.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of work. You can do the exact same city in night later when when true story mode comes out instead of just the first like 3 levels or whatever. Bum. Okay. What if I have Mr. Man just dance? Dance na 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 na. Da 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 da. Da na 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 na. F. Dancing in a crowded room. There you go. Imagine making this the stupid camera. Ah! 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 Seriously? Oh my god, imagine making this the camera. Oh my god, this is so painful to look at. Oh, you can make that. That's so cool. Meow. 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 Meow, 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 meow. I'm such a child. Oh wait, I cannot make this jump if I hold back. Yeah. This mother trucker keeps eating my jump. Is it if I'm not fast enough? Oh, okay. Wait, and then it automatically eats my... It eats my jump. Huh. But if I'm... Huh, weird. Why does it eat my jump there? Sometimes. What if we add water? Oh my god. Sursa,
Yeah.
we need a water level.
We need a water level.
We need a water level. Every amazing game has a horrible water section.
Right.
What do you mean? I've yet to get stuck in a corner, which is good. Okay. I don't think we can get stuck in corners. That's good. That's already really tight. Okay. Trying to see if you can get the character stuck in any way. Doesn't seem like it. I'm actually proud of us that we got this working, at least as far as it is right now. This is like a good building block for like any sort of platformer game, really. So that's really awesome. Oopsie. Meow. Meow. Interesting city start. Fits the sprite that I made as well. The style, which is cool. Oh, I guess he's gone. Rip. All right. I guess I could do a dialogue system and some sprites for the dialogue as well.
Some sprite. How big should the sprite be?
For the dialogue?
Yeah.
For the box?
Yeah.
64.
Right.
No worries, I'm doing that. You're not.
What?
Yeah, I'm doing that. You're doing the tiles for now. You still have to do city. Oh. I have to do code for the dialogue system. I might as well make this a modular system that I can just import from I can use that in any game then. I'll just make it an asset. The DM, the dialogue manager. Bum, 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 bum.
What? What's happening?
Explosion. Rah! I'm going crazy. Can't you tell? All right. Oops. I will need an actor and a dialogue, but let's do the actor first. So actor is a scriptable object, and it is a create asset menu, menu name, dialogue / actor. Dialogue system / actor. The actor only needs two things. It needs a string, actor name, which we don't want to be able to change So we want to make this a serialized field string actor name. And then we want to be able to grab the actor name this way. Public, or not public, same thing. Serialized field. This is a texture 2D. And this is just the actor texture, or portrait. Portrait. And public texture 2D. Actor portrait, actor portrait. That's your actor. I'm gonna keep this simple. I'm just gonna have the dialogue have I'm using my hands to like so annoying. A basic structure of you say the line, so the dialogue is just a set of lines, and then you just say in those lines, this is supposed to be this is supposed to be that. So this person is talking with this line, this person is talking with this line, so you basically just create a dialogue, and then public actor array actors, and then I can do text area. Sure, why not? He's the taxman. His name is Taxman. And then we can go and create, no, not an actor again. Dialogue. Tax him! And then for every line that I add, yeah, it works. Nice. And then does this work? Nice. Awesome. It's a little short. Unity might want to fix that, but yeah. So the taxman here, the dialogue here. It's taxing day. Okay. Okay. Dialogue, void awake. Okay, what do we want to store? The dialogue manager should have a text mesh pro. You agree? of the name text, or rather actor name text. Public text mesh pro. And then the dialogue text. There we go. Okay, string. Current actor name. So it's our current actor. We need cues for our dialogue. So we can have dialogue cue and a cue for our actor. So our actor cue. Oh, and I guess we can do that. Okay. Instance this, and then we also watch it if instance is equal to null, instance this, else destroy. Yeah, you can just call it object. Hello, Uyu. How you doing? Yeah, what's your question?
Damn, we got a lot of questions today. We're famous.
How do I fill up the array with the first 15 prime numbers? I have zero clue.
Wow.
I have
Hopefully
absolutely I have zero clue how to get prime numbers.
Damn.
I mean,
how helpful you are.
Stack Overflow has the answer to it.
Wow. I miss you
Uh,
streaming here.
Oi, I can't answer every question.
Of course
it's
you
like-
can. Isn't that what the most typical like prime idol version of a streamer should be?
Is know everything and absolutely everything.
Yeah.
Wow.
You're supposed to be there for everyone, you know?
Well, I'm here. I gave him my answer, which is I am not smart. Okay,
Wow,
we
what an
use
answer.
wow. We use for loops for the reason that they're faster than for each. So I have a bottle in my way, so I have to keep looking over. There you go. Text. No. Dialogue. Yeah. Not dialogue text, just dialogue.enqueue. Our dialogue text, and same with our actors in queue. Our d.actors.i, and then we can immediately call
Then you can
next.
call.
I guess I can make next a public void as well. If dialogue.count is equal to 0, it means we have nothing left, then we can disable the panel. And return. Yep. Otherwise, we can continue by getting our current actor. So actor A equals, or I can just call it actor. Yeah, I can. Wait, can I? No, I can't.
Can you?
No, I can't.
No, you can't.
Breh. If A is equal to null, then uh, mm. So if you have no actor, I just want to give it question mark, question mark, question mark. But I don't think I'm gonna do that. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do, so the actor name text, I'm just gonna give, if our current actor, so if we've already set one, is null, then it's just gonna be question mark, question mark, question mark. Otherwise, we're just gonna give it the current actor. And then otherwise, if we have an actor, we can say our current actor is our actor dot a dot name. There you go. And our name actor name text equals also a dot actor name, just so we don't get it wrong for some reason. And then we can just set our dialogue text to our text dot dq. We call it dialogue. Okay. Public static avoid disable or clear disable log. Can I make this static void? Ooh, I cannot. Oh, and I cannot make this a static either, right? Yeah, I can't. Okay, it's fine. We can call this regardless because we made the class static instance. Dialog dot clear and actor dot clear, and then canvas dot set active. Okay. That should be done. Huh.
I wonder if I should change this. I'm not sure if it's fitting the style.
I'm here.
What do you think?
I feel it's just like the colors. Otherwise, it's fine.
The Kool-Aid.
The colors maybe more bluish.
The Kool-Aid.
Maybe instead of like dirty, boring, even though it could be a boring town, you know? Nah, I was thinking more like just overlay a little blue on it. Just take a cube, do a layer, and then just throw blue on it.
I'm not sure if that works with the tile map layer.
Why would not?
Well, like, I can't make a new layer of it.
Asmongold checks his RAM usage. Nah, seems good to me. His tabs weren't even the main cause of his RAM. Remember plus I only with big lists. You don't need plus I. It's not. It is better, sure. Yes, you've proven it. But we don't know if it's better in Unity. Right? Right.
Right. Right.
Right. Yep. Mada mada. Mada mada. Okay. Do 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 do. You are doo doo, my friend. How the frick is that? That makes more sense. Conflicted? How is it conflicted? Oh. Bum bum bum. Yo! Fix yourself, please!
You should fix yourself.
Yeah! It fixed itself. Fix yourself. No! Wrong.
Hmm. Man, I suck at
What?
I can't figure this shit out. Well, now it feels too blue.
Dabba dee dabba die.
Dabba dee, I'm gonna die.
Dabba dee dabba die. Dabba dee dabba die. I could really use some goddamn pie.
With some pie.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How did they do it?
Ask him.
Hmm.
Highly recommend asking.
It would have been so. Nah!
Bless
Let me
you.
think so much this year.
You're doing great, buddy. Bum 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 bum.
I think my brother's been angry this whole day.
He's been angry.
Yeah.
I'm so goddamn angry, and then he's Is that him right now?
Did you hear him?
No. Are you gonna fucking tell me what he said? Instead of just giggling? Is that what he said?
Yeah, you sound like me.
He sounded like you. Oh god, I wonder where he got that from. Ba-dum ba-dum bum bum. Ba-dum ba-dum bum bum.
Literally constant 24/7 scream.
Is your brother right now?
Yeah, he's been doing that this whole. Oh, he's banging and shit. I just don't understand. He just got a new FIFA. I've been playing it. He's just been screaming.
He got FIFA and he's screaming at FIFA? Oh my god, that's depressing. No, wait. The fact that he has FIFA is depressing. Not that he's screaming.
Apparently, it's the last version of FIFA.
Oh, let's go! You know
They're
what?
making a new FIFA.
They're gonna make an Overwatch 2.
Yeah, I believe he said something. They said that they're making something new that is similar to it.
Wow, isn't that literally every FIFA game?
It's gonna be Football Manager or some shit.
Well, Football Manager already exists, so.
Well, yeah. Well, no, like I'm not saying it's gonna be that. I'm just saying it's like what if they call it that? It's like
Football Manager. That would be poggers. It would be though. Sure.
Sure.
Would you like to play a round of Overwatch? Take a break.
No, then two people are gonna be screaming.
Okay, fine. Then not. You chill. Hey, nice.
Well, it's nice.
Anta got his level generator working.
Oh, what is he making?
A platformer puzzle game.
Cool.
Like us, just ours is probably fancier. Right, Ansa?
Damn.
Right? My physics are nice, huh? Okay. Apparently they are naming quick play unranked. I feel like that's horrible. It's gonna be a top-down puzzle. Nice.
What about? How do you think about the colors now?
Better. I just don't like the window tiles at all.
But yeah, I'll change it.
Okay, cool.
The texture or the color?
Both.
Fuck. What's wrong with the texture?
It's so aggressive.
What? Like, I'll give it more space then.
Yeah. That already made it better. Wait, does that change the tile for every?
Yes.
Oh. That's interesting. Is that the beta?
Yes.
Is that only
Yeah.
the... Oh, okay. Let's look at some Ludum Dare posts. Anything not safe for work? Let's hope not.
What?
Oh! Oh! Wait. Is this golf? Is this an island? Wow, that's pretty cool.
What's cool?
Bullet that bounces everywhere.
Alright.
Oh. Is it safe after 10 seconds? Yeah, nice. Oh, that's pretty cool.
Did this guy just buy liquid gas?
Where, who?
Isn't nitrogen a gas?
Yeah. Liquid nitrogen, though, is super cold. Minus 350 degrees.
My guy just ordered liquid nitrogen.
Oh, I know this character sprite. He looks familiar.
Who?
This character sprite.
Where?
One of the posts.
Ludum Dare? Alright, I have to check it out. See if I can figure out who this
Yeah.
mysterious
My
familiar...
guy's shooting time, literally.
This is the anime girl?
Nope.
Oh shit!
What?
Oh, fuck me, dude. This guy's good.
You mean with the animation?
Yeah.
The punch one?
Yeah.
I knew you were gonna react. I scrolled immediately.
I can't.
Well, all he
Damn.
did was add a couple more frames.
Alright, I'm still not this game. I'm taking inspiration on it.
I'm installing. I'm uninstalling. Done. A lot of people are doing the gravity thing.
Oh, cool. I still haven't found the sprite. This guy got a gun.
Okay, I think you passed it.
I passed it.
Maybe.
Then I don't know what is familiar to you.
Alright.
Well,
It's
if
a
I can
sprite
find
that
Ans-
looks
has-
like
has-
from a YouTube video that I used to. That I
Has
once
Ansa
watched.
posted?
I don't think Ansa's posted just yet. Cat.
Someone just posted their lunch.
Yeah. Should I post
Yes.
my lunch? It's just my arm.
Some people got some big ass teams.
Our team is pretty damn well sized.
Is it?
We got about 18 people.
What?
Yeah.
Huh?
So we can sleep.
Wait, what?
No, just kidding. I hope Wolf is gonna join us at least for some level helping, which would be cool. And then Maeve, if he's here, that would be cool for music, because yeah, music. Mm. Mm. Mhm.
do you feel about the Windows now? Still too aggressive?
I just fucking hate Windows.
Alright. You want a Mac instead?
Yeah. Actually, I'm waiting. I'm saving up so I can buy a MacBook.
Cool. Wait. Did someone make FNAF?
I was thinking of doing that. Mm. Mm.
Bruh. Hmm. Quartzi. Quartzi.
What's up?
How
Hello?
do you think
Okay.
he should? What? How do you
Um,
think he should attack?
Oh, with a stick.
With a stick.
With a stick that has a gem.
Okay. This is.
You know,
Stick.
like a staff. Staff is what I mean, but yeah. With a stick.
Wow.
Wow. There you go.
Stick. He's all fancy and shit.
He's like a crane. Is it called a crane? No.
You mean a cane?
Cane. There we go.
Hmm. Does he keep moving while attacking, or does he stop?
I don't know. That's up to you.
Would he even attack it? Hmm. He's still going at it. It's insane.
Who's still going at it?
My brother.
Still screaming?
He still is.
Ah! Will your brother ever stop yelling? We will never know. That is indeed a question for the ages.
Baby.
Okay. Now Cersei gets in trouble for his brother yelling. I'd love it. That would be Pog. No. There we go. Something like that I was thinking. Bum, ba, ba, bum. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Oh, I thought I had this like acid bundle once with key inputs and stuff. A whole bundle with Assets. Where would I put that? Libraries? No. No. Maybe in Dropbox?
Alright. How the hell am I gonna make guy attack?
I sent you my progress. I am giving up at that point. I tried. It's not bad. But that's basically what I'm going for.
Cool. Actor name.
Well, that's what it's called. It's called actor. So, at least I believe it's called that. I've always called it that. So.
Oh my god. Hans Dremming.
Oh my gosh. Is it Overwatch?
Probably. This is the last day, I believe.
No, we still have another day after this.
Just playing Symmetra.
Oh god. I don't like her.
You know, like Symmetra?
No, I don't like Han.
Oof.
Oof.
Or if she's watching the stream right now, she's here, she's
She's not.
Yes,
Okay, she's not. She would never. Only if I mention XQC, she will show up. And now she shows up as like XQC question mark?
She walked out and got sniped immediately by Hanzo.
Are we gonna watch her stream instead of me streaming? That sounds great.
I'm watching both of you at the same time.
Oh, shouldn't you be drawing?
What? I'm trying to think.
Stop thinking, just do.
Well, I don't know how it's gonna swing this damn thing. Like, how do I make it so it looks good?
Okay, wait. Let me see. Alright. Yeah, he has that thing, and then he swings it. What if he doesn't swing? What if he pokes? Wouldn't that be easier? Instead of swinging, he just pokes. Because he only does it when he's walking. He can't do it in the air. I was thinking. How does that sound?
If it's boring. Another thing I could. No.
I
So
forgot
you're
the
there.
rule said English only.
Sorry, mate, but I'm gonna have to ban you.
No. It would be so much cooler. Oh, nice kill. If the Symmetra turrets could attack Sombra, because the Symmetra turrets are right there. And they could just target Sombra, because they're like heat vision or something like that.
That would make a lot of sense.
Hmm?
That would make sense.
Yeah. Look at that. Doesn't do shit. Oh my god. That
Why
that
she just-
oh,
why
that
she
won the
just-
game. That won the game. That won the game, I think.
She was just spamming melee. Like, sure.
Yeah, Symmetra could have easily wiped her. That's the fun
She
thing.
got one bullet. Wait, that didn't make any sense. She had one bullet, but she shot twice.
Oh my god. Just shoot. Okay.
She
Wouldn't
gives
it be
up.
fun if you could hack the wall to become yours?
This is mine now.
Remember the old ultimate for Symmetra? Wait, is she
What's that?
playing against a 6-man?
Wasn't the old for Symmetra her teleport?
Yeah, I loved it back then.
Wait, what was her secondary ability then?
Wall. Not wall. She can give other people armor.
Oh, yeah, she gave shield.
Yeah, not armor, shield. Yeah.
Yeah, and then Torbu can also give shield.
Yep,
Well, he gave armor.
I miss those times, man. This is why I still play those two characters, because it reminds me of the times where they were like semi-supports.
Oh yeah, remember Symmetra support?
I do remember Symmetra support. I fucking... I mained her!
You created her?
No, I main.
Oh,
But yes, I also created... No, just kidding.
I'm the one who created the meta. I'm the one who made the Symmetra.
No.
Who she is
Han,
today.
why would you stand in front of him? Oh, good hack.
Okay.
And she straight up walked into that one. Alright. Alright, let's go back to game dev.
Alright, how to punch someone?
I think it should just like poke with the staff. So he takes it and then he just thrusts it forward. So he can do it. He can only do it when grounded. How does that sound? Then then we don't have to do any swinging in the air and stuff because you already have a lot going on in the air with all the controls you have. And even then, we can still make him just swing in the air. That's fine. Like poke in the air. Like here, do this. Do this for me, right? That sprite that you have right there. Take the staff, rotate it 90 degrees, put it in his hands. And then just move his hands forward with the stick. Is that not good? I think that's good. I think that would be good. Would that not be good?
What if it was just like a swinging motion where like bonk them in the head? Bonk. But what is Han trying to do? He's trying to hack people who are already hacked.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Looks like they lost.
Quartzi, you said you love Han? God.
Hmm?
Did you just confess?
What?
What? Someone's making a game about taking care of a cat.
Oh, that's cool. And every 10 seconds, they vomit. Oh my god, Hans game chat. One of the guys said, couldn't do much, my wife called me. And then the next guy responds with, divorce her. Oh my god. That's hilarious.
I think I will have to do a there then.
Okay. Justice will be done. It's random. It is random. It has to do with fixed update, doesn't it? Maybe I should handle jumps and update instead. I think I should handle the jumping in update instead of fixed. Maybe that's the issue. Alright, let me go back to the movement branch and reload. Oh, this is sick. This beat.
Juju on the beat.
Juju on the beat. Juju on the... I love how I call everything handle. Handle inputs, handle ground movement, handle wall movement, handle air movement, handle gravity, handle animations, handle sprite flip. And now what we will have? Handle jump.
Now handle it.
Handle it! Just casually do the, I know exactly where you are. I'm really bad at it, but it doesn't matter. Because I know exactly where you are.
The cipher thing?
Yeah. If jump requested, then we can check. Are we currently in an action state that a jump is valid? So action state is equal to action state dot grounded. Are we currently grounded and we have a jump requested? Yes. Then we just check. Oh no, then we don't check. Then we just do it. We set jump requested to null. We say jump. We play our particle effect and we do that. Otherwise, we do an else if and we check if our action state is currently action state dot air. Air, and if we can air jump. If so, then we call this and then can air jump. Let's just use whatever is here. There you go. There you go. Dun 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 dun. This can go away. This can go away. And then jumps can be handled in update. Because in theory, we're just adding force, or setting, which is fine. We're not actually doing anything with physics mainly in this. So let's see if that fixes the wall jump and makes it more smooth. It did not fix it, just used it right there. But maybe it's less of a thing. Just used it there as well. And there. No, it still happens. Maybe the state jumps to grounded real quick because of the pixel that we have on the wall. It's definitely happened less frequently now. But again, it still happens. See, it ate my jump. It's uncommon now. Or, no, it's still common, but... So I land here. And now I land here. Okay, cool. Air strafing works. Just ate it again. I feel like it's the is grounded check. It's too far out. Maybe that's the problem, but now I'm scared I can get stuck on corners again. No, it didn't solve it. Okay. See, it used it again. Hmm. Used it again.
What if it was a project?
Yeah.
Yeah. Use frozen money on people.
Yeah,
or like frozen gems.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I see why it's eating the jump. Wait, no. Oh, there we go. I think that is the reason why it was eating the jump. I forgot to say that. Let's take a look. Otherwise, we can use the emergency buffer, jump buffer. You should have a jump buffer regardless.
What?
There's a bug with jumping off walls. It eats your jump. Okay, it hasn't eaten my jump for once. Okay, did not eat my jump. It did not eat my jump. Nice. Oh, that was on me. Nice. Okay, no jump buffer needed. Ooh. I like it without that. It's more efficient. Mm-hmm. Alright, let's take a look. Nice, I didn't eat the jump. Frick, yeah. Okay, that's fixed. I'm happy. Glad that was easy to see after some breaks. Alright, now I want to add quick sliding on walls so you can slide down walls faster. I think that would be a nice mechanic. What do you think?
What?
Sliding down walls faster?
Guess.
Um. If move input dot y is less than 0. There we go. So now if I press down while doing a wall slide, and I'm already going down, it will make me go down faster. Or in this case, it'll make me stop. Uh, Meow. Meow. Bum bum bum. Mm, 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 mm. Hopla! Yeah! You know what's even cooler?
What?
With the particle effects in the bottom, if he does it, look, it will look like he's sliding if he's on the floor. I got choked to death. IRL, of course.
That's not good.
Enjoy the picture I sent you. It was just flawed math. Aw. Thumbnail material. Wait, am I stuck? Okay, I was like, why is he still floating there? Oh, you know what would be hilarious?
What?
The first prompt you get in the game is, have you ever committed tax evasion? And then you get the yes or no. If you say yes, the game shuts down.
Or you get like one of those POV like videos. You know, the one where Markiplier jumps into.
Yeah. You just get the guy who said, I have crippling depression, right? Say, that's too bad. And then the game shuts down. Bum, bum, bum. Do we want any sort of... We wanted, like, upgrades, right? That you can collect and then get, like, a power-up from it? Like dash? Should I start working on stuff like that?
I thought we weren't doing that.
Oh, we weren't doing that. I thought
Well,
we
you said it
were
was gonna be
doing
too. I thought you said it would be too difficult.
if it's only like 2 or 3 things, and I made this... I kind of made this whole state machine bullshit, so it's actually not that hard. We can also just keep it a traditional platformer, which is nice. So I can work on platforms that disappear if you land on them. Platforms where if the player's underneath, he can jump above, but not go below. Like stuff like that. It's so good. The movement is fixed. It feels so good.
What?
The movement is fixed and it feels so good. The wall jumps had a chance, like I'd say a 30% chance to eat your jump, so your air jump. So you weren't able to air jump afterwards, and I fixed it.
Cool.
Oh, this character's so cool, and the movement is so cool.
Look, you got a plunger as a weapon.
A plunger? What is this, Mario? Oh, dude, Ansys looks so cool. And the fact is he's doing it in his own engine.
What?
He's doing it in Burp2D.
Wait, how do you see this?
He's sending me DMs.
Bruh. I'm being left out.
Of course you're being left out. I'm still surprised Ansa uses Discord. I remember back in the day where he said, fuck Discord. I'm leaving. And ever since, he's never left. Because of me. I swear it's because of me.
Oh my god, this game's sick!
Oh god. No, Circe's gonna feel bad and he's gonna be like, oh, why can't we do something like this? And then he's gonna get dismotivated. Let's check it out.
It's the same guy who did the punches. It's like, the game looks sick. But you're right. Mine sucks.
Oh, so it's made Trackmania. Oh, here's the punch guy.
He's much smarter with how he does pixels.
Yeah, why don't you do it?
Because I can't. Oh.
Because you can't? Alright, let's go on Twitter. Let's check out his GitHub. Let's steal some of his stuff. Oh, former lead and creator of Dead Cells. That's why.
This guy?
Yeah, that guy.
What? Damn, he's a professional.
Yeah, no wonder you compliment him so much. And he's done exactly the same thing, but at higher quality as well.
Where's LD take it? What's this shit?
This guy makes pixel art.
He's making like a pixel art engine. Not engine, but like it's like something for like building.
Yeah,
shit.
I know what LDTK is.
What the fuck?
Huh.
Damn. I suck. Oh, they're the one who made this one last time.
Yeah, cool thing is, this can be imported into Unity with some nifty hacks.
Man.
Like, if you want to use this, you totally can, and can import this into Unity. But Unity has this as well, to be fair, so.
Man. Well, he's making like fucking karate shit. Here I am, a dude
This
attacking with a
guy's-
plunger.
This guy's sick! I like his knight more than Dead Cells.
He's what?
The knight character that he has as his little Deep Knight games. I like the knight character more than any sprites in Dead Cells.
That sounds more like generated bullshit.
Yeah, I know. I think it's majority shader, right?
Yeah, it's a shader.
Yeah. What if all his stuff is just shader? Ooh. Doesn't even do pixel. Nah. Ooh, Nuclear Blaze looks good. Cool guy. And this is what happens when you do your research. You'll notice that the guy you're complimenting all this time is actually
What?
famous. Yo, this is
Huh?
cool! Yo, the animation was sick!
I can't see. There's a fucking ad.
You don't know how to do the anti-ad trick?
I don't care.
Wait, I'll show you the anti-ad trick when I get an ad on a different person's stream. But you're
Oh,
mod, I
wait.
don't think you have ads.
Well, apparently I do.
Rip.
I sure hope you got every single fucking cent of that.
Yeah,
fucking
me
ad.
too, my guy. Why is it showing this? Is it like the first ad?
Alright, fuck it. This is the attack animation. Deal with it.
Let me look at it. That's the jump.
Oh, fucking god.
Yeah, I like that. That was really good.
Alright. Good that someone likes it.
What do you mean? Oh, that's trippy.
My problem with this is that it's kind of big.
Oh, and then a projector. Oh, he has to pick that up. Ah, he dropped. Okay, that's so trippy.
Wait, would you want it to be like this or like this?
Do it again.
This or like this? Wait, no, if I do
True.
like this, then this happens.
What is by grid? Ugh. Wait, what happens? What did you say this happens? The sprites
It's
touch
just-
each other?
It's just floating.
Yeah, but floating is fine.
Okay.
No, wait,
here it's
floating
like-
is not fine. Yeah, that. Yeah, just do it that. It's fine.
Yeah.
And they're all the same size, which means I can center them all in the same place. Because I have to do centering now, which is really annoying.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're all the same sizes, but it's pretty big size.
Yeah, it's all good.
Alright.
I mean, the fuck? It's not like you're loading a 4K texture in the game.
Alright, attacks man, attack. He's attacking you for text fraud.
Wait, what will the monsters be? Fucking guys with the shirt. I committed tax fraud.
What are they called? Loan sharks? Whales?
Wait, are those bad?
I don't know.
Me neither.
Loan sharks are like people you loan money from the mafia and shit.
No, that's only if it's part of the mafia.
Yeah, so they're loan sharks.
I
And
thought the bank is basically a loan shark.
no, because that's official, but it's basically the same thing. The only problem is people say it's illegal.
Wouldn't it be illegal with the bank then as well?
Well, no, because it's official.
Yeah,
It's
if you have it under a contract, then it's official as well. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And if it's not under a contract, then you can just fuck the loan sharks. And they're like, "Oh, we're gonna fuck it. If you don't pay this back, we're going to take your house." And it's like, under what contract? Bro, what the fuck? Yeah, everything has a contract. 90% sure. Even those guys are smart enough to do that. I think. Okay, now comes the spooky part. I have to find the center of the character
Good luck.
for each and every sprite. They're the same height, right? The height of the thing is the same as the other ones, correct? The height hasn't changed. Okay, it's 11. Okay,
should be the
it's
same.
11. Good to know. 11, 10. Ben 10?
The beginning of it is slightly higher than, but the end is the same size as the first. Not the same. The last two frames are the same as all the other normal ones, or like blah idle bullshit. I don't know.
Bless you.
Stupid.
I thought I heard you sneeze with all that. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. 16, 11. Wait. What? Huh? Huh?
The fuck?
What the fuck? What the fuck?
What the fuck? Where is it? Where's that?
Bless you? Oh, why is this surprisingly annoying?
You sure he's attacking quite aggressively at you? How does that make you feel?
Starts crying. Alright, Taxman.
Hmm.
Attack!
What should the first level be?
Didn't you say the city?
I don't know, man.
What if it's a medieval city? And he's like the fancy person.
My guy got like more than clothes.
Yeah, he's the taxman. He can afford it.
But it don't matter. Doesn't matter what time or place. will be
Taxman
there.
is always there. No matter the time or place, taxman.
I'll have you know. He even taxed Jesus Christ himself.
Taxman's theme is doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
Wouldn't Jesus be the most biggest enemy for blah me?
Wouldn't communism?
I guess. Wasn't there like a whole thing that Jesus hated the economy? Because like you are filled with greed and
You are though.
and he like destroyed a market.
Ooh, I might have only fucked up by 1 pixel.
How Dang.
Huh?
Why does he have so many shurikens on him?
I thought it would be cool.
What?
What shurikens? What do you mean?
The shurikens all over him.
No. There aren't any. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, there you go. My stream was delayed.
Nah, it was just you saw things
Uh-huh.
no other human would ever see in their entire life.
Right.
Right.
Alright.
Attack!
Do your taxes!
Alright, I'm gonna let's see if I can make this even worse as it already is. Oh, this would be so cool. Okay, how can I connect this up to make it even more of a mess, even though I don't have to do it this way? Okay, so this and this. No, wait, wrong. What the fuck? This. There we go. And then we just put him in the middle. Oh, I'm a genius! Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. All right, how do we do this? We just check if input dot left click and then attack. I guess I'll just do that to check if it works.
Oh, bro, I did not know that.
What?
Did you know the sound effect for Ghast in Minecraft is actually as a cat?
Yes.
Cool.
And I will not be like, wait, you didn't know that? Beep. I used the wrong thing, but that's fine.
No, you used the right thing.
Oh yeah.
It's mouse button down.
Is it now?
Yes, I would know. I hope I have a brain cell.
Oh, are you sure? Are you sure? Are you go? Da da through your door. Hello door. Da da da. Da da da.
Let's go! Okay. You think it works first try? I say no. It worked. Something seems wrong. I think it's not fast, that's why. That does look better. You can, yeah, you can trigger it and kind of jump and do it in the air if you're really fast. I think that's a good mechanic though. There's an obvious reason for that. I can't do math. Okay, maybe I can. That should give it enough time, right? That's more. Ooh, actually? Oh, that might be on dot, actually, now that I think about it. Give it less time. What if you give him a overhead swing when he's in the air?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, so give him 2 different swings, one on the ground and one in the air. Because it feels kind of weird not being able to swing in the air, actually. We can do that later, though.
Just make it the same at the moment.
Yep. Hey, Anta got movement in his game. Whoa. If he holds if he holds long into one direction, he goes zoom. Zoom. Good job. Good job, good job, good job. It also detects where a wall is so it doesn't go through it. Very pog. My question is he doing it collision based or is he doing it just checking if that move is possible and then letting it through? Because that would be simpler. Since you have the tiles there anyway, you can just check, hey, can I touch this or can I not?
Hey, yo.
That's cool about tile-based movement. You don't really need collision. You can just say, this type of block, no, no, no. Am I trying to go on this type of block? Yes, no, no, no.
Like RPGs?
Kinda, but then they also use collision. But
Kinda,
I mean with
but
tiles.
No, you're wrong.
But I mean with tiles. Where you would like chess. You can immediately assume, oh, this is his move. Can he go there?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Yeah, you like Pokemon and stuff. Typical RPGs.
Well, no, those have... Yeah, no, yeah, those have that as well.
They're like walking tiles.
Yeah. It's simpler to just check, can I go on this tile, instead of making a whole collision map for it. If it's like super simple.
Unless it's construct.
Oh, does Construct need you to make like a collision tile thing?
I tried to do it, but if I can't figure it out, so I just did if I could fuck it. I'll just physically put objects there.
think I can do a quick way of dropping. If you input bottom and then the opposite direction of the wall, then you leave the wall maybe. That sounds pretty decent. Okay, he does the collision way. He checks if the next point has a collider or not, and then lets it go there or not. Correct collision. Yep. There's 16 lines of code per check. Well, or less. In the best case scenario, it's one line of code. Someone just posted this and quoted, "Is this a Joker reference?" Question mark. Is this that Joker tax evasion meme? Meme?
Oh my god. Did we just make the Joker?
Coincidence? I think not.
Did someone make a game about playing as a Twitch streamer?
Yo, that's me. Did someone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She got some huge bonkers.
What? Where is it? Where is it? I don't
Would you
see
like
it.
to
I
go?
already skipped it probably then.
Have you resetted the thingamajig?
Yeah, I just reset it. Busting out old trusty Bosca. Nice.
Yeah, it's just slightly filled up.
1 hiccup per 10 hiccups. Oh, this is so cute, the frog. Yo. Hop. Oh, that's so cute.
Hop.
We're enjoying watching the sunrise. Is that the dude from that one movie? I think so. Oh, no, that's her. That's her character.
Is it a character?
Yeah, the bottom right, that's her VTuber.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool.
This is playing her game.
Wait,
No, that's her intro. That's literally just her. I think. Or is it actually... No, it is! Oh my god, you are playing as the VTuber. Holy shit. Yo, I love this! That's crazy!
and they did it so quickly as well. What the fuck?
It's a studio, I think.
Oh yeah, there's. Just imagine fucking. There's like maybe like 5 people. Alright, so what's the idea? We make a
VTuber.
VTuber streamer with huge honkers. I'm like, oh my god, you're a genius.
Oh my god. Fuck yeah. Why didn't we think of it?
Well, we were too busy with the tax evasion stuff.
Because it's awesome to. I still think tax evasion is pog. You shouldn't do it, but the idea of making it into a video game of the IRS chasing you down, that's funny.
I thought we were the IRS chasing people down.
Yeah, of the IRS chasing you down. So it's like the IRS is chasing. So we are the IRS playing.
I'm so confused.
You as in the consumer. Playing as in we are the player. We are the IRS chasing down the consumer. Oh my god, your brain is actually fucking dead. Joker equals IRS. There you go. That'll make your brain happy. All right, when are our tiles done?
Shush.
Okay, calm down, young boy. Absolutely wild and oh, mechanic. Um. Bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-ba-dum, bum. I don't know how to do this well, actually. I'm actually stumped. Oh my gosh, I'm actually stumped. I don't know how to do this. Ooh. Oh, I know how to do it. Ow. Oh, yeah, I know how to do it. Oh my god, that makes it so much easier. Yeah, we can do that on player. Void on collision enter. Wait, no, wait. Does Unity have a one-way effect? Wait, is that how it goes? Kinda weird. Kinda sussy. Huh. Oh, that's so weird, dude. How does this work? I'm actually interested. That is so weird. I need to do it different. I'm doing it differently. It needs an offset, that's the thing. I'm doing it worse, but at least it's gonna work. If collision dot game object dot tag is equal to player, lol, if this works, that would be hilarious. I just kind of made that up. Build succeeded. Of course, build succeeded. Nothing was ever broken. Oh, this is gonna be hilarious. Oh, it doesn't work because the collider is off. Okay, better idea. We can always have trigger, and then we can have it go through trigger and stuff. So void on trigger enter 2D, which we know means the collision is off. So we only have to check if it's higher or if is below, then imagine this works. That would be hilarious. But it's only on trigger enter. We have to do on trigger stay. Ah, it detects collision. Oh, wait. That would have been such an easier fix for this. What? That way, this way, that's probably easier. Yeah, maybe not. Let's just do it the non-efficient way. I'll figure out something in later on. Um. Wow, great. Would be cool if it worked. And that way we also don't care about that. Okay, it's the wrong way around. It's just annoying that it's running in fixed update the whole time. Well, fixed update is still better than just regular update. Now we have to get the bottom of the player and the top of the platform. Nice. That should be his feet. And then we do the same thing. There. So what happens every 10 seconds? You commit tax evasion. Fun fact, not a joke. Oh goodness. You have 10 seconds to beat the level. Alright, please work. Aye. Okay, that works. Nice. And can I jump through this? Yay, without it breaking. Okay, cool. Oh no, it broke. Okay, I can still jump. I mean, the platform kind of works. Okay, I need to do the platforms a little differently. I have to give them a little leeway. Otherwise that happens where you just... Because they still have vertical speed. Gosh, platforms are so annoying. Jump, jump. No, jump, jump, angle. I swear, that's like speedrun strat right here. Chunk, chunk, chunk. Ah, I got it, okay. Hehe. You can jump pretty high doing this. Answer said, do you like your pixel art?
I don't know.
Are you sure you want to start with the city?
It's easy, but it's
It's
not
easy, but it's hard to get right.
yeah.
Exactly.
Like what other options do we have?
Field. Nature. The tile I sent you.
It was also difficult. Wait, send me a tile.
Yeah, ages ago. I sent you like the images at 9:15. Why don't you use that stuff?
Oh, you mean yours?
Yeah, why can't we just do something like that? Would that work?
Like I guess.
Like, I guess. Use stable diffusion to make the first art stuff? No.
No, what that even is.
It's AI.
Or is that fucking randomized art
Yeah, it's the not so good one.
like that? The only thing I can think of with like the AI art is that the ability for them to make the art in the first place comes from getting information from other art.
Which is exactly what humans
So, yeah, which means this AI would be nothing if real artists didn't do shit.
do. Yeah, that is true. If there was no data for it to take, then it wouldn't exist in the first place. So
Exactly.
it's actually quite useless without humans.
Exactly. Dick.
What do you mean, dick? Hey, I actually use those, okay?
Well, that's fine. I just don't like it. I think it's annoying.
Dick.
I guess this is what people felt when the Industrial Revolution happened.
No. They
The
still work.
machines are taking our the machines are taking our jobs.
Yeah, but they still work now. But they are still working to this day. Alright, I think I'm done for now.
Alright.
Goodbye, stream. Y'all have a good one. I will take a break for the rest of today.